All right. So I've done streams in the past where I've done some drawing. So this will be interesting to see how this works. I'm making a bracelet for a friend. And I've been dabbling in leatherwork stuff. So I've taken some time to cut some smaller pieces of leather out. I'm waiting to see if it transitions. Wow, that took a long time. Okay. So I am working with this is called Sap Hollow Double Shoulder Black from Weaver Leather Supply. And I like this stuff because it has a finish on it already. It's already dyed. The back on it is super smooth. I haven't made a bracelet for myself out of this yet. This is the bracelet that started all this. This is the one I currently wear. It's made of a much thinner leather and has warped to the shape of my wrist since then. So, but basically, it's 2 straps with buckles riveted to the main wristband at one end, and then I used grommets for the belt holes because this is such a soft leather. If I just left the holes, they would totally warp out. And then I added 2 restraining straps here on the design, the final design I did, because when I put this bracelet on, because it's such a soft leather, it does stretch. I don't know if this other one has stretched. I've already sent him one bracelet, but I put the one retaining strap on here because you needed this one because the buckles I used I think are called end buckles. So as opposed to the ones we're going to use on his bracelet, they're center buckles, so they automatically have like a retaining bar on here. But I like I've added retaining straps for his too, because just to help keep the ends of the straps in order. So I wear mine like this. I think he wears his opposite. So I put a 3rd retaining strap on his to kind of keep these separated, because on me they tend to squish together, and personally I don't like that. But you can tell this is a chrome tanned leather, which means it's a lot of chemical tanning agents are used. So you can't use this kind of leather for a lot of things because it's softer and more pliable. However, I like the feel of this one, but you can tell because of that, it being a super thin leather and chrome tanned, it has warped and melded to my wrist. This is veggie tanned leather, which uses natural items, chemicals, liquids to tan the leather. And then they shave the back of it so it's nice and smooth. So I'm going to see if I can actually get I just realized I didn't make this big enough to get two bracelets out of it, because I was going to actually make a second one. I only did this 4 inches, and this needs to be longer than 4 inches. Oh, I did make it bigger than 4 inches. Maybe I can. This has to be like 2 1/4. I did 4 1/2. Oh, that's a nice mistake. So maybe I can, because one thought is I would love to do one with a black band, but then use this red leather for my straps. Just because I cosplay as a specific fighter in D&D, and the colors for her are red and black, which are not my colors. I'm more of a green earthy person, but anyway, digress. Hope everybody's doing good today. I'm going to be drinking coffee. So I've got the smaller, I prepped with by cutting some smaller pieces. So I can work with this on my table. One of the biggest things I found working with leather is getting straight cuts. That is my nemesis at this point. Getting anything to be straight and square. But hey, like I've said in my drawings, if it's not perfect, then it means it's handmade, right? So, I guess I could go over what tools I'm going to use today. I have this square that has like a cork backing on it to help keep it from slipping. It still slides around, especially on this slick stuff. Going to be using razor blades. I have hole punches. I'm not sure which one I'm going to use yet. This one's a 1/2 inch, which should be sufficient for these buckles. But when I did it, it seemed like I needed to make it longer. So I also have this inch one. I've got a round cutter that I'm going to use to kind of round over the edges. We have the center buckles that we're putting on there for him. Got nickel rivets, nickel eyelets. Got my slicker tool, which way's upright. My live feed's behind. I got Tocolone for edging gum. I have black edge coating. So, because as you can see, the back on this is dyed black, but it's not to the same darkness. So you can see the edge, right? It shows off much lighter. So adding the edge coat that's in black on this will help darken that up. And then the Toconol helps gloss it. So I have the blade for cutting, and then I also have an edge strapper, which I got from Buckle Guy. Not happy with it. Why? Because theirs comes with the frickin' blade sticking out of it. So this has an edge on it, and I slice myself all the time with this. So I just took some foam board, stuck it over that to help keep me from cutting the crap out of myself. It also has, I had to try and sand this down a little because the leather catches on this on the way out. So the end always ends up being not straight. So I'm still working at getting good using this, because any kind of edge cutter, as you can see here, there's a flat surface here, but the leather can, especially because this is thinner stuff, curl up on it, and then you're getting not a consistent distance through there. So it takes a lot of practice to keep this edge lined up when you're cutting through. And then I forgot to grab I have a strike and resin block. So I strike on this for everything, and I have this is like a 2 ounce, maybe 3 ounce mallet, which I like using. I like using this one that looks like a hammer, as opposed to, you'll see people usually using a completely round one where this cylinder is turned this way. So you're striking on the round surface, which makes no sense to me. Why would you want to try and strike something with a round surface? I want to strike it like a hammer with a flat surface. So I prefer that style. And then we'll also be using various punches. And then I have grommet and rivet setter. Keep those tucked on the side for now. So, like I said, my biggest fight is just getting things to be straight. So I took care this morning to try and cut this straight today. So I do have chat up, so if anybody wants to hop in the chat, ask some questions, I'll try and answer. This is entertainment purposes only. Not intended for children, because I swear, and I sometimes have trouble turning that off. Yeah. So here's the funny part, right? When you have your piece square, now how do you cut down the middle and keep it square? Anyway. So I am not here to teach you how to do leather. I'm just here as an entertainment factor. You can laugh at my mistakes. See if I can channel Chuck on this. If you want to learn how to do leather work, I highly recommend watching Weaver Leather Supply videos with Chuck Dorset. He's amazing and is the one that gave me confidence to try and do this kind of stuff. And excuse me as I grunt. I think one of my issues with getting things straight is actually standing up instead of sitting on my butt. So this template I made looks like it's a smidge wider than 2.5. Boy, that would really suck if I start off cutting it wrong right in the beginning, huh? Okay, so these are both 2.5. Alright. This one's got a little bit of a curve at the end of it. You can't see it. Not quite straight right in the corner there. So we'll put this one aside for me to try, and it's a backup in case I screw this one up. And we'll say I started at 12:30 with making this. I'm also kind of doing this live just so I can try and keep track of what the time is on it. The last one I made had some experimenting going on, so I'm curious as to how this will go. So I'm not quite sure where I'm going to stick these holes. On the last one, I wasn't happy with how close they were to the edge. So I'm just going to kind of make a mark that I can't see. So I don't know if you guys, oh, if I do that way, you can see the two marks. That's going to be where the buckles are for the rivets. And length on this looks good. All right. Thinking I really want it to be like 1/4 of an inch in. Or 1/8 of an inch. So let's do these side. Bear with me while I'm still figuring it out. Well, that is supposed to be 1/8. Alright, I guess we'll go with that. If my friend ever pops in, he can tell me if he likes where the spacing is. Okay, so I'm just going to mark those 3 locations for now. So you can see I've got those 3 locations marked. That's where these straps are going to go. So the tricky part is one of these rivets needs to go all straight down the middle. And then the other one, so that these straps, when they get put on, they kind of buckle a little. See how it... So it kind of buckles and gives a room for the strap to go in between. So actually, I guess I could figure out where the middle is supposed to be on this. 2.5 would be 1 1/4. Let's get this lined up. Make this square here. I could measure in 1 1/4. white mark. We'll see if I look like I'm online. Yeah, that does not look like it's in the middle of the buckles. Should be, though. Anyway, that's why I said this is hard for me. Trying to keep things straight. How's that? Does that look better? That looks better. I don't know why I can't measure things out better the other way. This looks like it needs to come a little bit more this way. Although there should be enough room. It does need to come a little more. Still looking straight. Still look straight. Okay. Sorry, I'm doing it on further out from the edge of you guys, but okay. So you have to be careful when you're marking your leather because there's no going back, right? That edge is definitely not straight. Okay, that looks even to my crooked eyes. Alright, so we've got that marked. I'll take that ruler out of the way. Now we've got to do strapping. Make sure I'm looking at centimeters, or I mean inch and not centimeters. So this is a half. I'm trying to remember. I think that's what we got for these buckles. These are 1/2 inch buckles. 5/8 buckles. Test it. This is an end I made up to try and be a pattern, but I don't remember if this one was the one I ended up going with or not. Okay. Line up. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's good. This is cool. See, I like it when I make things that actually work. So, this is an end of the strap that I made to be a sample for how to set it. So you can see where the rivet holes are. The center punch for the buckle itself is offset, because if you put the center buckle in the middle, it doesn't, it ends up being too far forward for this buckle. And now that you look at it, at the buckle, you can kind of see that that bar is not exactly in the center. So if you plan for your center punch to be done spaced out evenly between the two rivets, then this slot here is too far forward and ends up being here on the buckle, so it doesn't have the freedom to move the latch back and forth. Yeah, I know these are not the right terminologies, but hey, I'm just going with what I got. A Polish brain is thinking of right now. So I made this up. Also, it reminds me of what the size of this strap needs to be, right? We don't want it to be too wide so that it binds on the buckle. So what I can do is make sure I set this to be the same width. Also, stick this on here. I can lock down. See how that wiggled just a hair. Interesting. All right. Put my safety device back on. All right. So we need 2 of those straps, and that's what this longer piece of leather is for. And because I struggle with cutting straight pieces, what I tried doing with this one to give myself a straight edge, because when you're using the strap cutter, you need a straight edge to run along this, because if your edge is wavy, then your strap's going to end up being wavy. So you have to start with a straight edge to use the strap cutter. So what I ended up doing, because I have trouble holding the ruler on such a long piece from cocking and then having the leather cock as I go, is I actually went and put it on my workbench in the garage and clamped down the ruler on top of this, so it kept the leather in place and the ruler in place, and there was no wiggling happening. That doesn't mean I can't keep the I still have to keep the blade against the ruler all the way, which is surprisingly more difficult than it sounds. So I went and notched my leather on the corner instead of leaving it straight, so I could tell which one I was more confident was more of the straight edge. So let's see if I can get this started. So here's the difficulty, right, is making sure this is on there straight and level, and then getting it to catch on the blade and keeping it straight as we go. See how it's starting to try and bend, so I have to keep my fingers under there. Okay, So in theory, if I did a good job, I should be able to fold this in half and feel the edges of both together, which I did, so that's good. Now let's see if we screwed that up. And make sure this goes through the buckle, which it's a little bit tight. Interesting. See, this end moves it through easier, but it is a little bit snug. So I do need to bump it a little bit tighter because it moved obviously on me when I tightened it down. But that's also why I cut such a wide thing too. Oh, I accidentally closed that. How did I do that? Somehow I closed the gap. Okay, great. Now I'm like way off. See, this moves up and down, so you can kind of keep it at the same length as your same width as your leather. And I accidentally closed it when I was doing that last one. So let's try this again. Take the blade off. Put my safety cover back on. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, so now it's almost too loose, but goes through the buckle easily, as opposed to the last one. It was really tight. Okay, let's see how this feels. Feels pretty even all the way through. Now I need 14 inches out of this. Do a little bit longer. So I can cut the ends off. Okay, there's one. This one's not quite long enough, so I couldn't get two out of that. So we gotta do it one more time. Make sure again. Yep, goes through easily. Nice. And it's the length we need. I mean, it's the same width as this one, so that's nice. Okay, 14 inches. Got extra to play with. Make sure these are the same length. Don't need to measure this, just need to put it up against the other one. Okay. Okay, 2 straps done. Now, actually, on this one, what I need to do, so let's round the edges over on this. Boom. I'll do this one on the white so you can see it better. Okay, edges rounded over. Let's do the other side. Good. Now it looks good. Nice. Be amazed at when I first started doing this. I thought this would be easy to do, but because it's so much wider than the strap, getting it straight sometimes was a pain in the butt. And this thing is super sharp, so I'm going to make sure I always put the little plastic cover back on it. Alright. So now we can take my template. And I actually don't like using, a lot of people will use just an awl or some kind of point to make a mark for where these go. But the problem is that this tiny point can be anywhere in this big circle, right? So I actually like to grab the actual punch I'm going to use and make the mark. Now here's the question. Do I remember what size this punch is supposed to be? Is it the one I used last? There. Now I've got 2 marks. Trying to get the light to hit this just right. Oh, you can hardly see that. I can hardly see that. Let's try that again. The awl is good for poking out the metal bits or your... It actually comes out this way too. Now it looks like I did end up punching this twice to make it wide enough. Oh, that's all crooked. Alright, let's try. Oh, there you go. You see, I made my 2 little marks for where I need to go. And not punching it straight away, I can at least have a chance to look at that to make sure they look even. Which this one looks a little bit off. But you can fix that. Alright. And the holes for this end I didn't do. I do have them marked out on this. So they basically are going to start about here-ish. Make a mark. And then they're just like 1/2 inch after that. And I think I did 6 on his. So the other thing we need to do, 2 straps, got the backing of the bracelet. Now we need the holders, right? Those cross straps. Copy. These guys, the cross straps. I forgot to show you guys the other thing I made. This was the very first thing that I made. Was a holder for my... Wow, that's a big, huge wear mark. This is also out of chrome leather. And with chrome leather, it really holds on to marking. So it's kind of cool because I like how it shows the age. And then as it gets rubbed, the oils used in the chrome tan process actually come out and darken the leather. So I made this for my watch so that I can, when I am gonna go swimming somewhere, which is not usually in Alaska, I can actually pop my watch out of it. So I can wear my watch when I go swimming still, because I'm not going to take my phone with me usually, because you know, you don't want your phone, even though they say it's water resistant now, you don't want your phone getting destroyed. I can't afford to replace a phone. So I made this band because I wanted to wear a leather band. And all the things I saw out there replaced the watch band with the leather. And it's like, well, what's the point of that? Because now if you're going to go swimming with your watch, your leather's going to get ruined. So I made one that's, yeah, look how nasty that is, but I love it because it's worn. So it just encompasses the watch instead and holds it. I can take the watch out whenever I want. So I just added the rivets for helping support it, even though I sewn it. Just help give it a little bit more strength on the edges there. And then I don't have to worry about buckles or straps with the leather because I'm using the watch band strap instead. So alright, so now we need the keepers. And I'm trying to remember if that was the length I stuck with on the keepers. No, it's a little bit shorter. So I did go a little bit longer with the keepers. I could just use this, but this is the strap that's a little bit longer, too much for the... Yeah, I think I'm going to use this piece that I cut that was a little bit too tight for the buckle to make use out of it. Yeah, so I think I'm going to use this for the keepers instead. So we need a straight edge on this. We need a straight edge, yeah, right, like I just told you guys I'm terrible at cutting a straight edge. So I did this at 2.5. Okay, good. It is a little bit longer. We wanted these to be wider than the backing, right? So that they have room to pucker. If they don't have room to pucker, then they're going to be tight against the band. And it'll be more difficult to get the straps through. Might make them a smidge longer than what I did here too. Kind of wish my buddy was on here so I could confirm with him whether or not he's having trouble with getting those straps in and out or not. Okay, so we'll do it on the long side. The long side. That aside, and the beauty is even if I can't cut these straight, it's not going to matter because I'm going to round these edges over. I'm going to have to change this music. I didn't realize this is the piano music I picked. Sometimes piano music is okay. Sometimes it gets old for me. The music I would love to listen to, I can't because YouTube keeps making an issue with it. So this is stuff from YouTube's audio library. Because I figure if it's from YouTube's audio library, they can't nix me for it. There's a couple of other ones I picked. But I'll change those out whenever we take a break. Oops, I catch that one all the way. Alright, 3 keepers. Get these out of the way. Cover my thing back up. All right. So now these, oh my gosh, this one's, are these not all the same length? That's amazing. Okay. I'm okay with that because the one that's longer, I think I want where the buckles are, closest to the buckles. So it has the biggest gap. It's okay. I'm alright with that. Trying to use my mat here. Seems like I should bring this closer, but then you're going to get more of a weird angle, I think. Oh well, whatever. We need at least... I'm going to push these out to as far as I can go with the edge. I feel comfortable doing. Because remember, we need to have enough room in between the rivets for these straps to flow, right? So the rivet heads are going to come out to like about here. And if we put them too tight, the strap won't fit between. Is the issue. So you guys probably, no, I was gonna say you guys might have a better angle on whether or not I'm doing this off center. Okay, straps marked. So we have cross straps marked, the 2 straps marked, and this marked. So now we got to do some punching. All right, I am going to be dumbing down my mic. Not dumbing down it. I'm going to mute myself because the last thing you guys want to hear is loud pounding. And I actually need to go get... No, I have those here. I'd like to shut my door so the house doesn't hear everything. The problem is... I should test this though. I should test this before I do this. And a piece of scrap to make sure I've got the right attachment on these. This is supposed to be for the grommets. I don't remember if I ended up using that for the rivets also. I'm actually going to try using small, maybe I shouldn't use smaller rivets. That's not going to match his bracelet. Yeah. Alright. Good.
You taking a break?
No. So the interesting thing is that this leather, which is a veggie tan, it's thicker. It is 3 to 4 ounce leather. I think this chrome tan that I used is 2 ounce leather. It might even be 1 ounce. I don't know if that's... Anyway, it's thinner than this stuff. This is much stiffer. And the punch I used for these rivets did not work when I used it on this leather because the chrome tan's thinner and it's stretchier, so it was able to stretch around the rivet posts, and this does not stretch much at all. So I had to end up using a different size, and I don't remember what size I used. So we are going to double check and test this first. I'm going to mute so you don't. Sorry for the camera shake. It's unavoidable. Yeah, that looks ginormous. That is, although the rivet does go through it. Not too much. Now I better double check to make sure if that's the same one for the grommets. So the grommets I'm using are 3/16. They call these eyelets when they're this small. And I think maybe they're called eyelets because a grommet might be two-parter. Okay, so that fits just fine. Look how nice that looks. That's awesome, right? And I'm going to try a smaller size just because whenever you're doing rivets, you want it to be as small as possible. Oh, you are not going to see these at all. You're not going to see these sizes. Okay, so these are the big guys. Don't need those. Like I said, this is just entertainment. I'm not instructing you on how to make a bracelet. If you want to see how to do leather crafting, like I said before, Weaver Leather Supplies YouTube page with Chuck Dorset. It's freaking amazing. So the next size down would be this one. Okay. Which they don't put on here. This is a Tandy product here, this one. They don't put on here what the size is. You'd think that they would engrave it on there somewhere. Camera mute again. See, it's minutely smaller. But you want it as tight as possible because then it doesn't have, if the rivet has too much wiggle room, it can actually like mushroom out sideways. So I might actually try one more smaller and see. That's that one. So this is the tiny one. But see, this one didn't seem to work. This one seemed to be too tight. And I had trouble with rivets lining up when you do multiple layers together. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mute for that one. Yeah, it just fits together, but I'm worried that that's too snug. The other issue is that these rivets were too tall, which was why I wanted to make them with the smaller ones. But are the posts on these the same size? So the rivets I was using are labeled as small, double cap rivets. These are actually extra small, which I didn't know they made. Didn't know they made extra small. Thank you for this ginormous extra piece of plastic on here where they seal it. I don't need all that extra. They are, oh, they do look smaller. Interesting. Post is shorter. Not by much, but it is a hair. Okay. Making a command decision, guy, since it doesn't seem like you're on here. Although, sorry, phone's too close to the microphone. Problem is I need to make it the way I made the other one, or else they won't match. All right, so I'll use the bigger ones. Dang it. That means I need to make filler donuts, I think. Those away. Put this aside. This aside. Okay. So to make those, I'm going to use this guy. We're going to go with the smallest one. Put these giant punches back. Going to keep that out. Keep that guy out because that's for the grommets. We need to make some washers since I'm using a longer post. Okay. I'll mute you guys again. I'm gonna need 1, 2, 3, 9. I'm gonna need 9 of them. 3 holes, 3 straps, 9. Again, if you guys have any questions, can pop them into the chat. Okay. So I tried making these super small because when I punch this hole into them in the center, which is super small, it is going to spread it out a little, mushroom it out, squash it out, however you want to phrase it. And when I made them bigger last time, they actually got in the way of the strap coming through the holder, the keeper. So let's have fun and see if I can get these centered. So it's a little tiny washer. It turns into a little tiny washer just to add depth to the keeper. And because of the length of the rivet, when the rivet's too long, because it should, the top of the rivet should come to just at the top of your leather when it's stacked together. If it's too long, it can shear and go sideways. So we're trying to prevent that. And to help give a little bit extra space on those keepers so that the straps can come through easily. Alright. Newton again. Okay, and I'm not liking how using a smaller size is turning out because half of these have busted on the side. Why am I concerned about that? Because if it breaks open in the bracelet, then the strap could catch on it. So I am going to have to go with a bigger size still. Dang it. So I'm using a 13/16, and that seems to be doing better. Huh. There's an interesting pattern for something. Alright. Let's try this again. Hopefully these don't bust apart in the middle like the last ones. I have to keep cleaning, using my awl to keep poking out all the fillers. I mean, it has an opening, but they don't automatically spit out. It actually ends up clogging in there, so. Alright. Muting again. Okay. Coffee. Three. Oh, I did it extra. Nice. Okay. Now to start punching some rivet holes. My marks look pretty well centered. Fun fact, I have a vision issue that has a divergence and convergence, so making sure everything is straight is really hard for me sometimes. Alright, gonna mute while I go punching holes like crazy. I turned on an extra light so I can have that much more visibility for me. Okay, so this hole punch I do not like. It actually, the part that actually punches, they ground this inwards, right? So I am staring at the outside, and it's like a whole nother like eighth of an inch. Well, I don't know, whatever. It's so much further in than where the actual cutting edge is. So it makes it extremely difficult to line up where I need it to be. Holy crap, this is such a pain in the butt. What if I did this? Oh my god, and that's slightly crooked. Great. Just what I didn't want to do. That one turned out better. I just realized I left the mic on. I apologize, you guys, for bashing in your ears. Muting again. I'm checking to make sure I have the distance right on this first rivet for the buckles. Rivet hole. Because suddenly now that looks like it might be too far out. It does look like it's too far out. Interesting. Do it just a hair closer in. Okay, those are the keepers. Rivet holes for the straps. Oblongs. Now I gotta do the grommets. Holes for the grommets. And the grommets are going to start at about here. And we want to do every ½ inch. And to my crooked eyes, it looks reasonably straight. Switch this out to the bigger one. Oh, mute. So this one, oh, you could definitely see it. This last one got a little off-centered. Frick. I'm gonna have to do that again. I can't let that one go. I think I wasn't careful enough with it or something. Thought it was lined up, but I wasn't. It's just off enough. I think it's going to be noticeable.
Your salad's ready.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Okay. What would you like to drink?
Just water, honey. Hubby made me lunch. Just noticeable. That's annoying. That does not fall into the, if it's not perfect, it's handmade. That's a little too far off for me, I think, to deal with, to accept. Unfortunately, I need to punch all this first before I take a break. That one's got a little bit off too, isn't it? Which one's the right one? This one's a little off at the end, but this one's way worse. Way worse. Let's try again. Mute. much better. I'm going to switch back into the 2 rivet holes, the en bloc, and then I'm going to take 15 minutes to go have something to eat, as you guys should too. All right. Oblong. I need to put some center lines on this so I can really try and get these straight. Oh, sorry. Forgot to mute you guys that one time. Sorry about that. All right, so we have all the rivet holes, all the keepers, straps, all punched and ready for rivets and grommets. Oh, I need to clean up the edges here. And if I remember, this didn't work for that. Because it is 2. My round over is too wide for it. Can I just do this? Yeah, that'll work. Actually, I can't even do riveting and grommeting yet because the one big factor that makes a difference between cost and bracelets is the edging, right? I could be done with this, rivet it all together, but then you're left with edges that are put something back against it. An edge like that, right? It's unfinished. So the long process on all of this is smoothing these edges all over so everything looks nice. And I can fake being professional. So I'm going to take 15-20 minutes to have some lunch. I hope you guys have been entertained so far. And I'm back. I'm actually just looking at switching the audio up a little. Okay. We're switching it up to Spring of Deception by Density and Time. Apparently, I don't have to tag it in my description. How interesting. Huh. Because it has a YouTube license. Sorry for all the clicky. There we go. All right. Actually, I might try and see if I can bring you guys in closer for the edge work here. Oh my god, there's Tweety noises in this. I don't know if I remembered that when I listened to this last time. Alright, we may have to go with something else. I don't know if I'm into that today. I don't remember there being Tweety noises. Oh, I forgot to turn the audio back on for you. For the music. So it's probably good. Yeah, Tweety noises are not necessarily the best for that. We'll go with the sad music called Growth Decay instead. Let's see what that sounds like. Tweety noises. I really want to play the music I love to listen to, which is by Really Slow Motion and their album Elevation or Moria. However, that gets me striked. Well, not necessarily striked, but I do get warnings from YouTube when I play them. This is also by Density and Time. I don't know if this one's gonna have Tweety noises. I hope not. Tweety birds. Okay, so let's see if I can bring you guys a little bit closer. It's a little bit closer. I think I'm still in focus. Sorry, I'm waiting for the feed to catch up. It's really far behind. Oh, is it auto-focusing? It's not supposed to be auto-focusing. Fun with OBS. Check my properties really quick on the camera. It's not supposed to be auto-focusing still. And it reset itself. Nice. Nice. Nice OBS. It resets itself every time I reopen the app. Wow, what a pain. I apologize if it was doing some funky refocus crap. Shoot. Alright. Well, that's gonna have to do, I guess. I can't tell if that's better or worse. Alright, so, edging. By the way, I just want to say I cut up some of the red straps while I was on lunch. How cool will that look, right? This red leather is from Tandy Leather because I ordered this same black leather in what they labeled as red, and it looks brown. So I was very disappointed. I wanted red. That will look pretty dang cool with some brass colored accents. Like, well, that doesn't look like brass on there. Anyway, just figured I'd show that to you guys while I was messing around with what's going to be my bracelet. You guys will have to let me know if the focus is too awful. Or the music's too loud. Put my bracelet back on. So this is what I'm talking about with the keepers and why I want to make them a little bit longer so they have some bump in the middle, and why I want to put washers, why I made these little washers to go in between the rivets to give it more space, because when you're trying to feed your straps through, if they're too tight here, then you have trouble getting the strap in. This bracelet for me, which is made out of different leather than this, much softer leather, it's a little bit hard sometimes to get the strap through the keeper. Alright, edging. So I want to take out this edge here because it looks very gray as opposed to black, and I want that to look more black, right? More black and slick, shiny, like the front of the leather is. And to help so that there's not like any chance of a sharp edge on here to rub against your skin. This leather I didn't have to do, and you can't really do on a chrome leather because it's so soft. It's hard to get a shiny edge on this, and this one is so much thinner than this. This one is so much thinner than this one because it's chrome leather and it's about half the thickness, and it's very pliable, whereas this is a little stiffer. So I want to be able to, I got to make sure I readjust where I'm putting everything because I zoomed in on you guys. So I want to edge these off so that they feel better and look better. So I forgot one important thing. I need some water, and I think I'm going to put this camera back up just a smidge because it's a little too far down. Half the distance of what it was before. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go grab a little dish of water that I need for this process. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so what I found out works best on this is I'm using some edge coat to make it black, and then I use some Tokonol burnishing gum. Oh, this helps me figure out if it's in focus, right? It's not too bad. Let me see if I can get this better. Better or worse? I feel like I'm at the eye doctor. Better or worse? Better or worse? That's worse. That's probably best. Okay. So this will give it the blackness. This will give it shininess. And then I found using water as the last step really puts that shine on there and helps smooth it all out. And I'm going to use Q-tips. Now the fun part is I have to stand things on their edges. So yeah, put this guy here. Read your directions. Do I need to shake this? Stir. Never shake. Dries to medium gloss. Allow to dry completely and buff gently. Okay. Let's get it all over ourselves right from the beginning. Ah! Yeah, that's going to be a mess. I was just trying to think of what am I going to use to stir this. Doesn't drip very much. Interesting. I wonder if that's what my problem was. I didn't stir it. I also don't have a container to put this on. What a nightmare. Oh my god, that's just a nasty ass mess. Look at that, boys and girls. I think I just stained my finger black. I used this last time and honestly I didn't make nearly as big of a mess. Oh boy. See the difference on that? Now, how to do these guys? to set them down so they can set up off the edge and not touch each other. Oops, sorry, I'm off shot for you guys. You see the difference? Black straight to gray to black. Again, if you're just joining me, I'm just doing this for entertainment purposes. I'm not here to teach you how to do leather work. I'm making a bracelet for a friend of mine to match one I already made for him that he was very happy with. Ooh, that's a lot of. And so I figured I'd try and do a live video on it. So if anybody was interested, they could watch. This stuff is so... And now we wait until it's dry enough that I can do the other side, the other edge. So that Q-tip is pretty much done. Let's put this cap on, wait. See if I can get this stain off my fingers. I should have worn gloves. I should have worn gloves. Oh, my hubby tagged Weaver. Now here's the thing. Hopefully I managed not to touch my face. Or I will definitely end up with black all over my face. Because, you know, stain works great on leather of all kinds, including your skin. Okay, I did get the three. I got the 3 keepers, the 2 straps, and the bracelet. I don't think that's dry yet. So here's an example, right? See how it's black? A little bit shiny right now. Other side, gray like the back. So that's why I'm edging this. Taking the time to do this. Is so that it ends up being black like the face. I guess I could test it with a Q-tip. Okay, so that might be done enough for me to do the other side now. Okay. Okay, that's done. So thankfully it's not like real stain, where it takes hours. Got some on myself again. Thankfully, the dry time on this is not too bad. There's some things like if you're actually staining leather, you have to wait hours. I don't want to wait hours for things. These done. Okay, I think these are done. I'm gonna flip these over. This Q-tip is not having a good time. trying to make sure I don't run any of this on the face too, because then you'd be able to see it on the front. Difference in sheen. Alright. That's that. I'm done with this. Nasty black stuff. Ah, got it still all over my hand. How? Where does it come from? Bottle top, probably. It's a freaking mess. Yeah. At least, though, I can see. I can see it when I have them on my hand. If I was wearing black gloves, I wouldn't be able to see it and get it all over the place. So, wait for these to dry. Oh, music's really peaked out. Sorry about that. Let me turn it down. Next step is going to be this stuff, which is I have no idea what it is, but it's white and then it'll dry clear. Feels like it's dry. See how this has a little bit of a gloss now to it, and it's black on the sides, but it's rough, right? You can hear it. So adding some of this toconol to it. Which doesn't need to be mixed up at all. But also needs to dry slightly. You can see how it's not smooth because the Q-tip keeps snagging on it. Did you do this one already? No, that's the first one I think I did. Might be just easier just to use my finger. I'm trying to remember how I did this last time. Pretty sure I used a Q-tip. I've actually gotten rid of most of the cotton off the Q-tip and just use the edge. This stuff's not as nasty. It's a little bit sticky, but it's not nasty like that black stuff. That's why it's called gum extract. Try something first with these. Oh boy, you can't see that at all. Oh wow, yeah, that totally works. Nice. These are such thin straps, it makes it very hard to do the edging on it. called burnishing the edges. I don't know if you can see how shiny that is now. As opposed to, remember what we started with was just this, right? And see the gloss on that. Huge difference. This is the part that takes all the time. And the part that's taken me the most practice to do. I can't do this at all with the other, that soft chrome leather that I did my bracelet with. Yeah, nice. I don't know if I even need to do the tokonol on this then. Because that turned out really nice. I might do the tokonol on the ends though. The ends that are going to come through. Because this is like a gum paste, so does it help? It does help keep those furry ends down. So I'm going to do the back side too. Let that dry. Let that dry. All right. And since I put tokonal on these sides, I gotta do this too. Can't just do it to one part. I could have been done already with this if I didn't want to slick the edges, burnish them and make them glossy and nice and smooth. That's where the love and care comes into it. Why? But you know, I'm making this for somebody who's gonna complete metal guy, so he's got to have his metal bracelets to go with everything. The rock and roll. All right. Wait a little bit for this stuff to dry. I'll work on the second. This one's actually dry. Just kind of stroking it in the direction I want that leather to lay, right? Because it's got hairs. So kind of lined it to go in the same direction. See how it's starting to get a little glossy on the end here? I don't know if you can tell the difference. The trick is to hold it so I can get to the very edge. Knocking my earbud out. So I found just putting a little bit of water on there, running the burnisher across it, again, really seemed to gloss it up nice. It's just so difficult because this leather's very skinny, right? So it's hard to get a good hold on it. Now the other side. I should put this lid away before I start dragging everything through it. That would be a horrible mistake. Alright. Now that I've manhandled this sufficiently, the difference is just so amazing. Nice and smooth. This, even though the edges have been done, they're kind of hard and scratchy. It's such a world of difference. trying to center it more for the camera so you guys can see what I'm doing. It's just a little difficult. This section is even harder because we have that hole in the middle. It's even harder to hold. Burnishing my own fingers at the same time. I get both sides. Nope, I did not get both sides yet. Thought I did this side already. That feels better. Okay, straps are done. Cramp. Okay. This is the thicker piece So it should be much easier to do. Let's see if theory holds out. No, I'm not pushing hard, I'm just running this over it. Hear the squeaky? Squeaky happens when it starts to get shiny. Nice. Let's see if you guys can even pick that up. Do you see the difference between this side, which is glossy, and this side that's not yet? This side here. Nice. Makes a little bit of a line. Oh. I want to make sure this edge is nice and the other edge needs to be really nice because this is going to be the edge going against somebody's skin. This edge in particular will be, oh, my bracelet keeps flipping around, will be this edge under here. So see how this edge comes over here? That's why I want to make sure this edge is nice and smooth. this edge. Oof. Feels like sandpaper compared to everything else now. Can you hear it? Can you hear it when it changes? We still have to do the keepers. Oh my god, I was like, oh, I'm done. And then I was like, no, I gotta do the keepers still. Holy crap. Yeah. Alright, I think I'm happy with that. Again, difference with that to this. Flat edge, no sheen. To this. Black edge, shiny and smooth. I didn't get too much stuff on the back here. Okay. Keepers. Wait, did I do these guys already? No, I did not. I can tell because they are rough like sandpaper. Okay. Or have I held it? Nope. Nice. Yeah, somehow I'm picking up black ink. It's transferring when I get it wet, I think. Definitely getting the ink all over me. At least once this is shiny, it's done. All right. That die on there is still not quite done yet, so let's put that up there. And I think that's it. The keeper's done, strap is done, bracelet is done. I keep knocking my earbuds out of my ears so I can't listen to the music. Let's try putting it the other ear. All right, nasty ass cold coffee. All right, peeps. We are finally ready for final assembly. Three, three, three. This can get out of the way. Great. Stretch the fingers. Okay. We need 12. Nope, these are the rivets. We need 12 of these guys. 3, 6 eyelets for one bracelet. 6 eyelets for the other bracelet. Other strap, I mean. And then we need 9, 10, 11. 11 of these guys. Which I thought I had put in separate bags, but I guess I didn't. Great. I gotta organize that later. So these are called double cap rivets, small, nickel, because they have a top and a bottom, and they snap together to hold things in place, and then you pound them closed. So we need 9, 10, 11, 4, 5, 10, 11, 5, 10, 11. Yep. And hopefully everything goes in okay. Nothing screws up everything at this point. Because let's be real, anything could still screw up the entire thing and I have to start over again. Start with buckles. Need to get my setters out. So this little guy with the funky end, and this little guy is for the eyelets. And then this guy, who has just a slight dome here, and this guy, which also has a slight dome, is for the rivets. So it's time for me to mute myself again as I go pound crazy. Let's make sure we put the buckles in and put the buckles in right. So they're going to sit like that. Make sure I orientate them right. And I kind of pre-bend them so it helps form around the buckle right. Kind of pinch it so it goes in the right direction it's supposed to go. Doesn't have a big old loop on it. Kind of just get the leather going in the right direction. Maybe I should pull the camera forward instead of pulling my work away from me. Okay, that's one ready to go. Don't worry, I'm gonna mute. Just figured you'd find my mumbling musing. Can't forget it to put it on the bracelets. Alright, now I'm going to mute you. I guess I don't need to mute you yet. I'm not going to be hammering quite yet. I just realized it's going to take me a few seconds to, hot seconds to put these all together. So the cool thing about these cap rivets is that, come on, you get in there. You can snap things in place and give them a try to make sure everything feels right. Okay, good. Not sure why that's feeling weird. Okay. This is where I start to worry about using too small of a hole. Still really close to the edge. Closer than I wanted to put them. No comments. Interesting. My bracelet has loosened up a lot since I made it. I can't wait to make another one. Okay. Now my little donuts. See what I was talking about with these? They're really designed for like 3 layers of leather. And see how much those stick up still? So if I went to hammer those down right now, there's a good chance for them to shear sideways instead of bloom out in the direction they're supposed to. This was a tip from Chuck Dorset on Weaver Leather Supply. When your rivets are a little bit longer than what you're working with. But you can't really cut these down because they're designed to snap in with the top. And if you cut them down, then they won't snap in. Oh, this guy does not want to go in right. And plenty of room for the straps to move. Nice. They're not going to bind up on the washers. Nice. Oh wait, these were not quite the same size. I want the biggest one by the buckles so it has the most hoop going on. And it looks like it's going to be probably this one. Because if you see, well, if you can see, these are much wider than the buckle itself. So I have to kind of force them in place. So it poofs it up. So it helps give it even more space. Come on, you. Let's put these caps on these first. Yeah, I made these holes almost too small. I should have gone with that other size. I'm really struggling with this now. There we go. Might have gave it too much poof. I have one rivet left. Must have got an extra one out. Last keeper. Oh. Do I need to do the grommets first? No, I think we'll be fine. I can always pull the straps out if I need to do the grommets. It's kind of getting windy outside. I apparently can't count because I got one complete extra rivet out for some reason. I don't count because I did 5 and then did 2 more. Oh my god. I did pull 12 out instead of 11. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Alright. Now comes the loud part. No, I do want to do this on this. No, I have this. I'm good. I don't want to dent my desktop. Okay, that's the rivets in. Now we give it a test. This is where I find out if I put those grommet holes in the right spot. It's a little finicky when you first try buckling it because it's going to take time before it works itself into your shape of your hand, your wrist. Come on, yeah. Goes through the keeper on there. Oh, did I make his straps shorter? I might have made his straps shorter. Shoot. I might have made his straps a lot shorter. Huh. Well, they're long enough to feed through the second one. Shoot. I don't remember how long I made his other straps. I might have cut them as short as mine. Interesting. Interesting. Plain without grommets. Oh, I think I did trim his down. Interesting. Back side of it. See how much different? My straps are a little bit thicker too than his are because I used wider buckles. God, I love how that looks. That looks so slick. I think I made his strap shorter. Yeah. Than the original design, because I ended up trimming mine as well, because the original design, which I got from Weaver, had these straps really long, which I never understood why they were so long. I did cut them shorter because they wouldn't have been much shorter than mine. What did I end up doing? 12? Just over 11? I must have done it 12. 11 and a half. Interesting how these, one got stretched out. One got stretched out in all my rigorous polishing. Which is fine because they end up being offset anyway. Oh. Very interesting. Alright. So mine strap is right at about 11 and a half. Where's my all at? I need to make a note on that I changed the length on these. It's not 14 inches, it's more like 12 and a half. Oh boy, can't see that mark. is what happens when the guy that I'm making the bracelet for isn't online. Well, I hope that's what I did to his. If not, I'll find out. Alright. Should be good enough. Let's get the grommets in. Oh, there's my tipper. I need this. I need this. And these. Look at that, people. Doesn't that just add the appropriate level of heavy metal bling? Yeah. Just making sure the leather's seated against that grommet all the way before I start smashing. I'll roll this. It's got to get rolled anyway. All right. And now let's hope this all goes well. And mutant. All right. That is it. I gotta remember to take an extra 1.5 inches off of the length of these straps. It's a little stiff when you first start, but it'll loosen up over time. Yeah, definitely. I definitely trimmed his shorter. Yeah. They're a little bit long. Oop, they're a little bit long. They might get a little curl in there, but he could always trim those more if he wants. I wear it like this. Some people wear it like this, with a buckle underneath. Just depends on what you like more, what you want to show. Nice. Now I can't wait to make this with red straps. Alright, everybody. Thanks for watching. Buddy, if you're watching, this will get mailed out to you this week. I hope you like it. Thanks, guys. Have a great night.